Thank you all. Here's our agenda for today. We will start out with a prayer, then welcome and followed by our presentations from the NOU team. And let's start, and I will do the prayer for today. So I ask all to join me, and I will lead the prayer in my own language, because I don't know how to pray in English. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, Amen. Main Sam, Meteran Limpok, Terang Kalangan, O Peteran Mak. Sa patuyot, mong prom, may sangkapan ranwat, kij mapulapulkan, anabasan. Sa patuyot ang kuprom, pasangkap pagi, sabon mong kaway, ang kakat, punaman ng kij, tiyat panguya, tatok, tetiw ka na kami namin, sangkap tara, Ozone layer, na kunguya, tarapan sangka, o pilaramas, kapag karas. Ay magkat karas, pipatong walyang cheti, o bakit, nilang kapay, anak kaun, oriyat, sang kamau Yesus Kristus, marasa taraw. So, thank you all, and now we will get down to the welcome remarks, and Mr. Yodak, the Ozone Unit Officer, will do the welcome for this morning.
Okay, thank you, Jacob. Good morning, everyone. I would like to convey my respects and appreciation. Thank you for joining us here. Those who are here in person and those who are with us online, thank you very much for your time that you could call in or be here so we could talk more about what we can learn about the Montreal Protocol and how we can involve more of our youth. So, apologies, maybe I'm not the right person to open this up, but a lot of our supervisors are busy, like secretary and our assistant secretary, so thank you for welcoming me as the opening speaker. And I would like to extend my appreciation to Jacob, Mr. Jacob Johannes, who's done a lot of good work to prepare this youth workshop. So, also like to bring our attention to the schedule today. I know that we're a little bit behind, but of course we always take into account some island time, so we always acknowledge that. So we're gonna start with their first presentation. If you have any questions throughout the presentation or about the schedule, please feel free to raise your hand and we could accommodate any questions or concerns that you may have. So our first one, our first presentation is just looking at what is the Montreal Protocol. Maybe a show of hands here. Who have you guys heard of what the Montreal Protocol is? Anyone? Montreal Protocol? Okay, so maybe online, any of our online participants? Okay. Any of our online participants familiar with the Montreal Protocol?
Can you hear us?
So can all of our online participants hear us? Just a quick check in with everyone.
Hello, can you hear Yoda? Ushay and Chuk, can you hear us?
If you can hear us, just wave your hand in front of the camera.
Hello. Morning.
Yes, good morning. Hello, Joyce and Erica. Can you guys hear us?
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
yeah. Sure.
Thank you, thank you.
Loud and clear.
What about Joyce
Thank you, Coach Ryan.
from Chuk? Joyce, Joyce, and yours? Joyce, Joyce.
Joyce, can you hear us? Okay, anyways, we're gonna move on. So our first presentation, we're gonna look at what the Montreal Protocol is. So also again, I would like to thank everyone who's here. Again, I want to say if you have any questions or if I'm going too fast, please just raise your hand. Slow down, or if you want to point, if there's something that's not clear, we can go back and talk about it. So Jakob, would you please bring up our first presentation for today? Go to your USB.
This one.
Okay, so we're going to look at the FCM Montreal Protocol. So can you start on the next slide? Okay, so here's an overview of the presentation. Some of the questions that I put up, looking at what is the ozone layer, what is the Montreal Protocol, what are ozone depleting substances. Anytime I say ODS, that's what it stands for. How do they destroy the ozone? What are the effects on health, marine ecosystem, and anything under the sun? What are refrigerants and how do they affect climate change? Maybe something we hear about a lot in the news and social media is about climate change affecting the island. So there's a connection between the Montreal Protocol and climate change. And then we're going to look at not too much in depth about the effects of climate change, and then we'll talk about what the FSEN National Ozone Unit is doing about ozone preservation in FSEN. So that's our project. It's called the HCFC Phase Out Management Plan, or HPMP for short. Next slide, please. Okay, so just confirmation. Can everyone see? Is it clear? All the words are clear. Nothing hard to read. Good. Okay, thank you. So ozone. What is ozone? When we talk about the Montreal Protocol, we talk about this thing called the ozone layer. So the ozone layer is made up of these molecules called ozone. The thing that we breathe, oxygen, O2, two oxygen atoms, but ozone, if you add three of them together, that's what we call ozone. So ozone is a very rare molecule in our atmosphere. There's only 3 in every 10 million air molecules, so it's very, very, very small. but whenever you have 3 sets of oxygen atoms, that's what you call ozone. Okay, so next slide.
May I say something?
Yes, yes. Go ahead.
Thank you. Is it possible to share your screen
Yes.
so that we can see it clearly?
I am sharing my screen. You cannot see.
No, I mean the presentation. I'm looking at your screen, but not the presentation.
Okay, thank you for pointing that out. Let's we have skis working on that. Can you see the presentation now?
Is this one? Yes.
Can you see
Thank
the
you.
chart? Okay, so I'll just continue looking at this chart. So ozone is 3 molecules for every 10 billion molecules. So this is a breakdown of the air we breathe. So people think when we breathe in the air, we're breathing in oxygen. But number one thing that we breathe in is nitrogen, 3/4, 78%, and then we breathe in oxygen. Then there's all made up of all these different trace gases in the air, and then you see at the way bottom, super small percentage, 0.00007% by volume. So we get an idea that ozone is not something you find everywhere. It's very rare. Next slide.
Is this?
So any questions on this slide? Technical difficulties. Full screen. Okay, we're back. So can on our online participants, can you guys see the presentation clearly? There's graphs now. Any confirmation? So go ahead.
We're going to try again.
Okay. So thank you, Bushrat. So we'll continue on. The first slides looked at what is ozone. It's a very rare molecule. So where is it anyways? I'm talking about ozone. So where is it? And I wanted to have you guys look at these graphs. And let's start with the one on the left. You can see that airplane. So it gives us an idea. It's way up high in the sky. And it's in the atmosphere, in the stratosphere. In the first 2 layers of the atmosphere is the troposphere, around the same area where you see the airplanes fly, but above that area. About how far, you ask? It's about 10 miles high in the atmosphere. This is where you start. You see the red line that says ozone layer. That's where it starts to get thicker and thicker. So the ozone layer is very rare, and it's up high in the sky, acting as like a sunscreen, a shield around the Earth. where you find the ozone molecules. If you have a bunch of them as together blocking the sun's rays, then you have the ozone layer. So we look at the other graph on the right. You see the right? You see the airplane? I have the box there. You can see that when the sun hits the earth, you feel the heat, but you could also, when the sun hits the earth, it's through ultraviolet rays or UV. And UV, when we talk about ultraviolet rays, it's made up of three components: UVA, UVB, and UVC. So you could see here how the ozone layer blocks out this UV, right? So we look at UVC, it blocks it out completely, 100%. But then you look at UVB, it blocks only 95%. This is where the harmful rays, when you go out, and you can get if you stay too long, you get sunburns, and you can have increased risk of skin cancers because of this two UVB and UVA, ultraviolet. But you look at UVA, the stratospheric ozone layer still allows some of it to go through. So it's because some of these UV rays is important for. This is where the harmful rays, when you go up, you get our ecosystems, our terrestrial ecosystems. But of course, it has some impact on humans. So that's why we have that stratospheric ozone layer to protect us, most especially against UVB. That's the most harmful part of the sun's rays. And if you were to look at how big the ozone layer is, it's not even this big. It's not even bigger than the palm of your hand. It's more like 0.1 inch. It's like maybe a pencil, the tip of a pencil. That's how thick it is. And that goes around our whole world and protects us against the damages from UV rays. Here's a video that I wanted to show you guys.
Space is closer than you think. When you're flying in an airliner at 11 kilometers above sea level, 3/4 of all the air in the atmosphere is beneath you. At just 20 kilometers above sea level, the pressure is so low that water boils at body temperature. Any altitude above 20 kilometers is like being in space as far as the human body is concerned. But the atmosphere extends further, getting thinner and thinner the higher you go. In the upper reaches of the atmosphere, charged particles blown off the surface of the sun smash into widely spaced air molecules, creating spectacular aurora. This is the view from about 400 kilometers up. From here, the atmosphere is just a delicate glow. But this is all there is between us and space. It protects and nurtures all life on the surface. The edge of space is just 100 kilometers above the ground. Rise above this altitude and you're officially an astronaut. 99.99997% of the air in the atmosphere lies below this level. This shows the distribution of ozone in the atmosphere. It is densest at an altitude of about 26 kilometers. If we separated the ozone from the rest of the air and brought it all together at sea level pressure and temperature, it would form a layer just about 3 millimeters thick. But that's not how ozone is found. This is the ozone layer, the diaphanous region of the stratosphere that filters out 99% of the harmful UVB radiation in sunlight. Ozone is continually created and destroyed in the atmosphere as oxygen interacts with UV. It's a dynamic process, but man-made chemicals can break the cycle. If you brought all the air in the atmosphere together at sea level pressure and 15 degrees centigrade, this is how much there'd be. it would fit in a sphere just 2,000 kilometres across. Within that air, there is about 3 billion tonnes of ozone, which if you brought it all together, would look like this. All life on Earth relies on this precious gas in the stratosphere. It's potent, but it's vulnerable. It doesn't take much to disrupt the dynamic process of ozone production. CFCs would quickly have depleted our ozone, but the Vienna Convention has saved the ozone layer from destruction. Ongoing stewardship will secure it.
So that was just a short video to get an idea of what ozone is, where it is in the atmosphere, because I can talk to you about it all day, but I felt that video was helpful to understand where it is exactly, right? So continuing on with our presentation. So ozone molecules, it's very rare, it's very thin. Where does it come from? So naturally ozone is formed in the environment, in the atmosphere. When you have oxygen, O2, it's in the air, about 23%. It's up in the atmosphere. Ozone is formed when you have sunlight, it hits oxygen and breaks those two, breaks the molecules up into two atoms. And then what oxygen wants to do is it wants to find another partner. There's a single one oxygen atom and will float in the atmosphere until it can bond with another oxygen molecule, O2. So you have one oxygen atom plus two oxygen atoms, which is one. It combines 2 plus 1, you get O3, right? So that's what ozone is. It's natural form. It's a naturally formed in the environment, but it's not very fast. And sometimes we destroy something faster than we produce it in the environment. So this goes into what are ozone depleting substances. You know, humans, we've created a lot of technological marvels and innovations, but sometimes the things that we make destroy our environment. So we do it for industry, for economic growth. For us, ozone depleting substances are gases that we make for cooling, right? There's these gases that you find here right now. In the AC that you're sitting under, there's a gas. It's actually that one, the gas in the pink cylinder in these air cons. But when we say ozone depleting substances, the one that we find in FSM is called R22 or Freon. You hear this in maybe when your car breaks down, you need AC. They say you need to fill it up with Freon. But Freon is just it's a brand name. It's just like saying, hey, you want a Sprite, a Coke. What we're talking about is soda, right? But when we talk about Freon is a gas refrigerant. And the one that we have in FSM that we're trying to remove and phase out is R22. So next slide, please. So how does R22 break down ozone? This is looking at it from a chemistry perspective. You don't feel intimidated by the different letters and all, but what it does is once the gas we create here on Earth, when we release it, when we don't destroy it properly or store it properly, it goes up into the atmosphere, and because it has chlorine, the base of R22 has chlorine. When it's released up into the atmosphere, that chlorine is going to go up, and then R22 is broken down by the sun. It breaks apart those atoms, the molecule, right? You see the big C, Ci for chlorine, and chlorine wants to go and destroy the ozone because that's how it operates. It wants to break those bonds between O3. It wants to break the bonds between those three molecules and separate it to join with one. So now you have chlorine and it wants to join to oxygen and it becomes chlorine monoxide, and then it breaks apart and you have O2. So this thing just keeps happening again and again, and that's why it destroys our ozone. And I want to bring again, ozone is very rare, right? So we need to, it serves a very important purpose and we want to preserve it. So, but humans, we create these refrigerants and then we mismanage them, how we dispose of them. Okay, next slide please. Here's just another video to understand how it works.
15 to 35 kilometers above Earth's surface, a gas called ozone surrounds the planet. The ozone layer acts as a barrier between Earth and ultraviolet radiation from the sun. However, pollution has caused the ozone layer to thin, exposing life on Earth to dangerous radiation. Earth's atmosphere is made up of 6 layers. The second layer, called the stratosphere, contains the ozone layer. The ozone layer is made up of a highly reactive molecule called ozone, which contains 3 oxygen atoms. Ozone is a trace gas in the atmosphere. There are only about 3 molecules for every 10 million molecules of air. But it does a very important job. The ozone layer acts as Earth's sunscreen, absorbing about 98% of damaging ultraviolet or UV light. But the ozone layer has gotten thinner. Chemicals called chlorofluorocarbons, or CFCs, are the primary culprits in ozone layer breakdown. A CFC is a molecule that contains the elements carbon, chlorine, and fluorine. CFCs are mostly found in refrigerants, aerosols, and plastic products. When CFCs are exposed to ultraviolet rays in the atmosphere, they break down into substances that include chlorine. The chlorine reacts with the oxygen atoms in ozone and rips apart the ozone molecule. Areas of damage in the ozone layer are often called ozone holes, but that name is misleading. Ozone layer damage is more like a thin patch, with the thinnest areas near the poles. The ozone layer above the Antarctic in particular has been impacted by pollution since the mid-1980s. There, the region's low temperatures speed up the conversion of CFCs to ozone-damaging chlorine. About 90% of CFCs currently in the atmosphere were emitted by industrialized countries in the Northern Hemisphere. In 1989, the Montreal Protocol banned the production of ozone-depleting substances. Since then, the amount of chlorine and other ozone-depleting elements in the atmosphere have been falling. Scientists estimate that chlorine levels will return to their natural state in about 50 years. By then, the Antarctic ozone hole will shrink to smaller than 8 million square miles.
Okay, so any questions on the video? Is it helpful that when I speak about these ideas, it's good to see the video, right, to understand how all of these are connected. So here I have some pictures of what the ozone. In the video, you hear about the ozone layer. When the gases go up and destroy ozone, it creates a hole. So right now, you see that we know about this hole and how big it is because of NASA, the National Aeronautics and Space Association in the U.S. They monitor the hole. They could every year there's an update. So you see from 1979, let's look at how we measured what the colors mean. So if it's red, towards the red side, it's thicker. So that's good. We want it to be more red and yellow, green. But if it's really purple, blue, that's when it's thin. So you see there, 1979, before Montreal Protocol, all the countries were creating this gas and they didn't know that they're releasing it, they're mismanaging it. And you see the hole go from being like a light blue, teal, and then it starts, you see the red disappear, the yellow disappear, and you start to get bigger, the blue spot. You could see it progress and get bigger every year. And so we have the data, the most recent one, how it's been changing. Look at 1979, you could see the light blue, but look where we are in 2019. It kind of got bigger. But the good news is, because of the Montreal Protocol, you see that the red is starting to come back. going parts to the yellow, and that the hole is getting smaller. I'm not sure if you can see it, but you see that red box? There's a red box and towards the bottom, and that's from the years 1999 to 2001. That's when the ozone hole was the biggest in terms of like how many square kilometers. I forgot what it was, but that's when it was the biggest. But because of the work of the Montreal Protocol, the ozone units in the world, everyone's trying to cut back, phase out these ODS. Any question of this with this? Okay, so next slide, please. Okay, so let's look at some of the impacts. Why does it matter? What are the impacts of ozone depletion? Okay, so for us on the islands, climate change, number one. When we release these gases, they destroy the ozone, but what we found out is that it also traps heat, just like carbon dioxide. But if, let's say, this aircon in this room breaks down, there's the gas in there, and it's released, it's like, if you release 1 pound of the gas in this AC, it's like trapping almost 3,000 pounds of carbon dioxide. So it's really, really strong in how it traps carbon dioxide. So that's one thing for us. If the Earth keeps heating up, the islands, we see more of the climate change impacts. Rising sea levels, it's going to feel hotter every day. The sea surface feels hotter, right? You know how that impacts food security, morals, and a bunch more of the impact. And then we could see that there's direct human impacts. For us, we live near the equator, so when it's noontime, it's at lunchtime, and you go out and you stand out in the middle of the sun, you could really feel that the sun is hitting you, and you're getting that ultraviolet radiation on your skin. So without the without the ozone layer to protect you from that, eventually more people will get skin cancer, and it also impacts your eyes. We'll go over some of these things, right? So we go look at this chart and we see direct human effects goes down. You say there's more incidence of skin cancer. It's just another way of saying okay, more people get skin cancer. There's eye damage, right? Another one that we all could relate to is that it's damage to materials, paints, plastic, rubber, anything that stays outside for a long time. You can see the effects of it, right? Paint loses its color. Maybe you leave out some plastic, the plastic starts to get really weak, and then they just break. So that's something, another effect of ultraviolet radiation. And then another one that's not so talked about is aquatic life, how it impacts like plankton. If there's less ozone layer to protect against the sun's rays, it also impact on aquatic life, the plankton in the sea, and all the different marine species rely on plankton for their food. Any questions on this? I just made these the main ones that I want to point out. There's a bunch of other ones, but we won't go into too much. So this is some of the impacts of with skin cancer and being exposed too much to ultraviolet radiation. So when I said in the beginning, UVB, that's the one component of sunlight or the sun's rays. So you can see here you start to develop these cancerous spots and patches on your skin, and then they could be pigment, they could be out of control, and they start spreading, right? So there's different ones. It's life-threatening when you get to that point. It also affects your eyes for cataracts. Maybe we know some people. It tends to affect the older population, but when they get cataracts, you see that these kind of things they form in their eyes. Also due to overexposure of sunlight. Any questions with this? Okay, next slide please. So the Montreal Protocol, this is what the world came up with a solution. It was a global problem. So in 1989, the Montreal Protocol, it's called Montreal Protocol because this is where in Montreal, Canada, we're all 197 countries, they came together and met to agree to, okay, let's start getting rid of these harmful ODS, ozone depleting substances. And so they're gonna slowly get rid of it over time. Okay, so this is just a summary of what the Montreal Protocol is. It's a multilateral environmental agreement. It's just another way of saying, okay, when a country wants to make a treaty or an agreement on the environment, this is what they call it, MEA, Multilateral Environmental Agreement. So it was established in 1987. So it's been about 36 years. 36 years of implementation. Sorry, it's not 32, 36 years. And there's legal frameworks. This is with each country when they sign up, they have to ban and control certain trade refrigerants. For us here, we don't make any refrigerants, right? So everything's imported. So we have those arrangements with like Philippines, Singapore, US, China. They're all part of the Montreal Protocol. Universal ratification is just a fancy way of saying, okay, everyone agreed. The whole world agreed on this problem. The ozone layer is disappearing. Okay, what can we do to stop it because of all these impacts, health impacts, environmental impacts on our livelihoods. So we go down to the next one, 5 amendments. You don't have to worry about that too much. It's just another fancy word of saying they made changes throughout the year. So they made amendments to the Montreal Protocol. And the one thing we would take away from this is what is the Montreal Protocol and what does it aim to do? That one is that they aim to control and lower global ODS emissions. That's the whole goal of Montreal Protocol with ODS. Any questions with this? Okay, next please. Okay, so maybe someone is curious and they say, was it effective? How do we know? And what evidence do you have for this? So this is a slide I pulled up from World Data, worlddata.org. This is the total when Montreal Protocol came into effect in 1989. That's how much refrigerants and ODS were being made. From the graph, it's about looks like 1.4 million tons. But you could see that just looking at it one time, you see how the big drastic change. So the whole world made a big impact. They agreed on a problem. First, they identified the problem. Then they came together, agreed that it was a problem, and then they took steps to get rid of the problem. So you see there, 2014. The reason why it ends there is because globally there's a ban in 2010. No one in the world can make certain refrigerants like the ones in the color blue. CFCs, if you hear about CFCs are banned. No one in the world can make them since 2010. And tetra, these other ones, carbon tetrachloride, methyl chloroform. When you see that the blue color is gone, the red color is gone, and the yellow one is not what we're working for, to hit zero. Not only F7 is trying to get rid of the yellow portion. The yellow one is called HCFCs. Everyone is involved in it. And by 2030, it will be zero, because that was the world agreed on. Any questions on this? Okay, next slide, please. Yeah, see, so consumption of ODS substances all over the world. Big drop, right? It's big, just like falling off a cliff. Boom. They did a good job. Everyone worked together, and here we are. Not 2016, that's the latest data. You can find the recent data at worlddata.org. So what is FSEM doing? The white part says FSEM's obligation under the Montreal Protocol. So what is FSEM doing? So we'll just give you an overview. So this is what we do, our projects. It's called our HCFC Phase Out Management Plan, or short form we just say HPMP. So number one, we're always reducing, we are reducing imports harmful ODS into the FSM. Like R22, you hear that, was the freon. We're reducing freon. The second one, we work with technicians, because technicians, the RAC technicians, RAC stands for refrigeration and air conditioning. So we work with RAC technicians because they're the people who install the ACs, help fix your broken fridge or your freezer. So they're the ones with the technical knowledge. We work with them and train them and keep them aware of these issues. Number three is we monitor companies. Major companies that, like the hardware companies who bring in refrigerants, the AC companies, those who sell the ACs, freezers, refrigerators. So anyone who needs that, who imports ODS, needs to get licenses. So we'll go over that in one presentation. The fourth one is we work with customs in each state. If you talk to customs, they know what ODS is because they monitor what comes into to FSM. And they have a special tool they could pull out a refrigerant from the can and they could analyze it. So they have those tools. And then the last one is that we team up with as many of our stakeholders, those in the private sector who use refrigeration and air conditioning, right? Hotels, restaurants, stores, maybe also fishing companies also. Okay, so this is the conclusion of my presentation, but these are just some points to take away from it. I know there's a lot of information, but these are the 5 points I would like you guys to take away from this presentation. Is number one, ozone layer is highly vulnerable, and it's important to global health, right? It protects us from the ultraviolet radiation. Number two, the Montreal Protocol is an international agreement set forth to help. Well, what's the goal of Montreal Protocol? They want to just help protect the ozone layer, help it protect it, and help it recover. Number three, it's the most successful environmental treaty that has shown the most global benefit. This is fact, and this is based on how much avoided warming in terms of climate change it has avoided. It's 1 degree Celsius if you're interested, and it's shown that the world can work together and address one problem. Even there's 197 countries, they still manage. Number four, refrigeration and air conditioning. It's everywhere we look in our water life, right? Here we have our ACs. If you go to your house, they have a refrigerator. Right? If you go to the store to buy groceries, they have to cool their meats, vegetables. If you go to the fish market, they need some like ice cubes. Ice cubes were made by a machine that's also refrigeration. So it's everywhere if you stop and think about it. Even in our cars, right? Without AC in our cars, it's just more uncomfortable. And number five, the Department of Environment, Climate Change, and Emergency Management is who to call for more information. So anything that deals with policy, science, technology with RAC, if you're interested, you can always contact them and they have some national ozone unit. That's the end of my first slide. Right, here's our contact information if you're interested. We also have Facebook. We post our informational videos in different languages, our meetings with RAC, trainings with customs. You can see it all there. Any questions? All right, thank you very much. Any questions from our online audience? Oh, yeah. Any questions from our online audience?
So questions from
Thank you. Okay, so before our coffee break, our coffee break's at 11, so I have my second to last presentation is on the Kigali Amendment. We'll just wait for Jakob to pull it up, the presentation. So can our online audience see the next presentation? The presentation is called FSEM, the Kigali Amendment to the Montreal Protocol. MP, if you see MP anywhere in the presentation, it's just short for Montreal Protocol. Oh, next slide, please. Okay, so what is the Kigali Amendment? This probably is one of the most important changes to the Montreal Protocol in recent years, in 2016. So we'll go over it and understand what it means for the world and what it means for FSM. For this change, they made this change. Everyone came together and they said, okay, things are evolving. We need to evolve too. This is where our change went through the Kigali Amendment. Okay, next slide, please. So big summary from this Kigali Amendment is just an amendment. It's just a fancy word for saying change, official change. It was adopted in October 2016. And FSM, the world adopted it, and then FSM ratified it to Congress in May 2017. And then this is covering another gas. So you're going to see a lot of acronyms. We talked about CFCs, we talked about HCFCs, and then this Kigali Amendment talks about HFCs. And big takeaway for HFCs, if you hear HFCs or hydrofluorocarbons, it's a powerful greenhouse gas. Traps a lot of carbon dioxide. Okay, and then the third one is that we are looking to do what we did with the other refrigerants. If they were bad, they have harmful impacts. So the world said, hey, we need to reduce this and reduce it fast. And it's good for us because it helps avoid even more climate change. Okay, so this is a picture from, it covers, the monumental event under the Montreal Protocol. So it's called Kigali Amendment because it was passed in Kigali, Rwanda, right? Do we all know where Rwanda is? Any idea? Rwanda? Geography question? Anyone? Where is Rwanda? Okay, so Rwanda is in Africa. It's in Central Africa. So all the country came together. It was a big event in Kigali, Rwanda, and they passed this official change. Next slide. Yeah, so everyone, and it took, to get to this point, it took from 2009, it took 7 years of negotiation. And FSM is very proud to say that it was FSM with a handful of 5 countries, FSM, Mauritius, maybe Marshall Islands, and I think Nigeria. I think they agreed, they said, hey, we need to push this HFC, we need to reduce this gas because it's really adding to climate change. Then 7 years later of back and forth negotiating with the big countries, US, Australia, EU, China, Japan, they agreed on something. So in 2016 was a big celebration for all of the Montreal Protocol family. So I put here we talk about different acronyms. The first Montreal Protocol covered HCFCs. They covered CFCs, you see number 1. And then they looked at it, it was a big problem, they got rid of it. And then, but the industry needed to adapt. And we needed some chemical to keep cooling refrigerators and ACs. So they switched to HCFCs. But then they still found out there's still ozone depleting substances. They destroy the ozone and they add to climate change. That's why you see under there 01 and 02, I put that box ODS, ozone depleting substances. Then Kigali came in, and HFCs is that they're good. The industry moved from CFCs to HFCs. There were still problems with both, and then they went in and found a transition, HFCs. But the problem is that even though that HFCs, they don't destroy the ozone layer, so they do not destroy the ozone layer, but when you release it into the atmosphere, it traps a lot of heat. Like the example I said in our air cons here we have in the conference room, if you release 1 pound of this gas, it's like you're releasing 3,000 pounds of carbon dioxide, burning maybe 100 gallons of diesel, if you think about it. But, so you see there I have non-ozone depleting substances, or non-ODS, it's HFCs. And then 04 you find is low GWP alternatives. GWP is just another word for global warming potential. We'll cover it in the next slides. Oh wait, go. No, back. So 01, 02, 03, you see that they're controlled under one truck protocol. So these are the gases that they control. Even here in FSM now. But you don't see that 04, it's not controlled. The reason being is that the other alternatives is you cannot control CO2. You can use carbon dioxide in cooling, ACs and refrigerators. You could use that, or you could use NH3, it's the formula for ammonia. If you find it in the fishing vessels, use ammonia to cool down their fish, and you can use it in commercial refrigeration. And then HC just stands for hydrocarbons, like propane, isobutane, those flammable refrigerants you can use in refrigeration and AC, but they're very dangerous, and the technology is still developing. So I just wanted to clarify, when you talk about ODS, you think of 01 and 02, CFCs and HFCs. When we talk about non-ODS, you think about HFCs and these other ones, carbon dioxide, ammonia, and hydrocarbons. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so yeah, there's a lot of acronyms. So when we talk about ODP is when we talk about these refrigerants, we ask, how do you know that they destroy the ozone? How do you measure it? How come one refrigerant is better than the other? Or when we talk about GWP, how it affects climate change, increased heating. And that's the same question you ask is, how do you know that this refrigerant traps more heat than the other refrigerant? So we'll use these terms, ODP for ozone depleting potential, and GWP for global warming potential. Next one, please. So this is how it is. We can measure these values so that we can compare different classes of refrigerant. So let's look at the types. There's 2 types of refrigerants, ODS and non-ODS. Let's look at ODS for CFCs. This one is already banned. But you look at the gas, the GWP, 10,900. What does this mean? If you release 1 pound of the CFC, it's like you're releasing 10,900 pounds of carbon dioxide. So it's like burning how many barrels of diesel oil? It's the same type of gas, carbon dioxide release. And then you find the ODP, if you release it into the air, it destroys the destroys the ozone layer. And then we look at down, R22, that's HCFC. GWP is 1,810, okay, not as bad as 10,000, but it still adds to climate change. And then you see ODP, 0.055. Very small, but still very impactful on the ozone layer. Okay, now we look at non-ODS, bottom, and we have HFCs. That type of, let's look at R410A. R410A is the one at the bottom of in the yellow portion. A R410A is just another way of how we know which refrigerants are what. This is the one that you find in these air cons right now. They're using R410A, and they have a GWP of 288, meaning that it's like 2,088 pounds. So it's not 3,000, I was mistaken. So it's 2,088, but it doesn't destroy the ozone layer, so 0. Then we have the natural refrigerants like propane and isobutane and carbon dioxide. GWP is really low. Compared to non-ODS, it's thousands. We went from 10,000 to like about 3,000 to 1,000, and then natural ones, only 3 and 1. And then ODP for those, for non-ODS, 0. That's how you know it's non-ODS, right? It doesn't destroy the ozone layer. So, any questions on this? So, how do refrigerants come into FSM? This is what they look like. This is how they're stored. You can go into any hardware store and you could find these maybe at the way back, because not a lot of people use these refrigerants. Only like technicians would need it. But then if you go, let's say your AC in your car breaks down, right? And then you go to a mechanic and he says, hey, you need Freon. And what he means by you need the Freon is, you see those 2 cylinders, Sub-Zero and Arctic Freeze? Those are another type of refrigerant that they use in cars for ACs. But you can also use this in refrigerators. But the ones that you would need are in those cans. So you would go and buy it, and then the technician would put the refrigerant, the gas, into your AC in your car. But these bigger ones are just like for technicians who work with ACs, aircon. So here's another video of just okay.
This is one of the chemicals that destroy ozone in the stratosphere. But that's not all it does. It's also a greenhouse gas. Like carbon dioxide, it prevents heat energy escaping into space and so contributes to global warming. But this ozone-depleting substance is a much more potent greenhouse gas than carbon dioxide. Over a timescale of 100 years, 1 kilogram of CFC-11 has the same impact on global warming as 4,660 kilograms of carbon dioxide. And this isn't even a particularly bad one. Other ozone-depleting substances have an even stronger global warming effect. It's been estimated that if we had not acted to stop these chemicals being used, then by 2010 we would have added the equivalent of 135 billion tons of carbon dioxide to the atmosphere. To put that saving into perspective, it's equivalent to a quarter of all global emissions between 1990 and 2010. Without early action on ozone-depleting substances, culminating in the Vienna Convention and Montreal Protocol, we would already have lost the battle to keep global warming below 2 degrees centigrade. The Montreal Protocol was not designed to mitigate global warming, but it has been spectacularly successful in doing so, and its work is not yet done. Some ozone-depleting substances are still being phased out. Some remain in existing equipment, building insulation and elsewhere, and these need to be managed safely. And now there's a new threat to the climate from the success of the Montreal Protocol itself. These HFCs are some of the chemicals that replace the CFCs. They're not damaging to the ozone layer, but they still contribute to global warming. Their contribution is currently small, but emissions are growing fast, so they're a cause of grave concern. The Montreal Protocol led to a hunt for chemicals such as HFCs that could replace CFCs, but these are contributing to global warming. Working together, we can replace HFCs with chemicals that do not destroy ozone and are climate friendly.
Okay, so hopefully that video, what it visualizes is, you see the bubbles popping up from that one red bubble, the HFC, and all the blue ones popping up is how it's equivalent. One of those small bubbles is equal to this much carbon dioxide. So that's how we could see it visually and get an understanding for it. Okay, next slide. Okay, so HFCs, this is the one. It doesn't destroy the ozone layer, but it adds to climate change. Yeah, these are actual statistics of HFCs that the FSM imports. So this is in pounds. No, sorry, it's not in pounds. It's in kilograms. So this is in kilograms. So one kilogram is 2.2 pounds. So let's look at the most recent. Let's just look at the bars. 2016. You see there, it's very low. The ones that FSM imports a lot is 134A. This is the one that's used in cars and some refrigerators. And then R404A is used in the commercial sector, using to fix the freezers and chillers in the big stores. R407C is also the same thing. Some of the fishery ships, the ships use it to fix their cooling and freezing equipment when they catch fish. And R410A, this is used mainly in the ACs, like ones we're using now. So you see how we don't consume, we don't import so much if you compare it to other countries, but we still use it because it's still important to how we keep our cooling, how we keep our refrigeration equipment working well. 2019. The reason why you see that big jump, if that's one of the questions, is why is it very stable? It's, there's small deviations. But then you see in 2019 that gray bar. That gray bar is R404A. The reason being is that the company, a fishing company in Pohnpei, had to import a lot of this gas for their fishing fleet because they need to service the fishing vessels that use the gas in their refrigeration system for the fish that they catch. Any questions on this? Okay, next slide please. Yeah, so this is one thing that's what you hear in the video. It's very concerning because of climate change, and the world is going to continue to need cooling and refrigeration because that's just central to development, right? And how people can live better lives. We need it for our vaccines, we need it for our food, we need it for our comfort. But we keep using these gases in the appliances, but we add to climate change because we're producing more and we're mismanaging them in their end of life. So this is just a quick, how global warming, how climate change works, right? If there's more heat that's being trapped in the earth, the greenhouse effect. If there's more heat being trapped faster than what's leaving to space, then we heat up. So next slide please. And then we have these impacts. Maybe we hear this often we see it in the king tides, rising sea levels. We see it when we feel it maybe on certain days when it's just hotter than usual. And we see it when there's more extreme weather, right? Like maybe earlier this year when it rained for about 5 months or something like that. It just kept raining and raining. So we're seeing events that they're worse. They're much stronger than in previous time. So they're just getting worse. It feels hotter, and there's more impacts of storms. Like you see here in the U.S., they're impacted by how many hurricanes you see. And for us, we always have typhoons that form in the western Pacific, and then they end up going to Philippines or going to Japan, hitting Guam. But I guess for Pohnpei, we're really lucky because we're always avoiding that. We're not being hit directly, but we're out of the major danger zones. Next slide, please. Any questions on this climate change? Any other questions? Okay. So this is just our phase down schedule. It's what the world agreed to do. It's you do it by, you think of steps. Like we You don't do it 100 and then next day 0. You go slowly, little by little. You drop it by 10%, you drop it by 30, so you go on every 5 years. That was the agreement. Next slide, please. So this is what our schedule looks like if you put it out on a graph. So FSM is part of this A5 group, so you just have to pay attention to the blue line. And we start phasing out HFCs in 2024. So we have about 3 years. Yeah. So we're preparing, we're engaging with stakeholders, we're letting people know, so that way it's not a big surprise. But we also let other people know, so that way they could help us in our work. So that way, when everyone's on the same page, progress is achieved much faster. Oh, sorry. So we're gonna, the whole progress of phasing down HFC starts in 2024. You see the 100, and then we start going down every 5 years, starting in 2024, and we're gonna end up at some level in 2046. So it's about 20 years, this 20-year period. Not only FSM, but all of the world either follows one of these graphs. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so this is just one of the, this is the graph that are just nicer to look at, right? We're in 2021, so we're approaching 2024. You see that our schedule is going to be in that yellow line extending out. That's going to be ours. And so we're just still preparing 2016 Kigali Amendment, right? Before that, you see that, and then we're going over to developing our baseline, working with stakeholders, making our licensing system that we already have, and this is just what it's going to look like in 20 years. Okay, so we know what the Kigali Amendment is, what it's trying to control. It's in the phase down of HFC. So what is FSM doing about it? Why does it matter for us? So in May 12th, specifically 2017, that's when FSM adopted it. Right? World adopted it in 2016, and FSM adopted it in 2017. So this is what we as a country have been doing. We've put on our licensing. Like so that way we know who's importing, we need to get clearance from TECOM. We have our data reporting, collect the data like you see in our last slide. Every year we collect data, so we follow it. So we know what we're controlling and what we're measuring. And then we have our phase down schedule that I just showed you. So we're not yet there in 2024 when we're starting to really cut. Any questions on this? This is, I don't like looking at a lot of words, so it kind of bores me sometimes, but just try to summarize it. Okay, next slide. So this project, we had a project and we closed it off last month. So this is what we achieved. We did a big report. We looked at the entire sector. We consulted with everyone in each of the states, the businesses, government offices, and we created this report. We held stakeholder workshops. We did more capacity building, working with RAC technicians. We work with the college to do that. Because you can, if you're interested in, if you want to be a RAC technician, you can sign up at the college. And I think we're gonna have a participant. We're gonna have the instructor from the RAC program. He's gonna talk to us about his program, and if you're interested to join. So that's where you build capacity. We report and we give out licenses on HFCs. We're trying to develop a online platform. You can just go in and apply. And then what we do is communication awareness, of course. You will see videos, posters, and then things that we post on our Facebook page. Next slide, please. Okay, so here's just a short video of what the Kigali Amendment is.
We talk a lot about the danger of climate change, but climate action is not always easy to achieve. A new era in climate action began on the 1st of January 2019. Implementation of the Kigali Amendment to the Montreal Protocol started then. Nations that agreed on the amendment will reduce the use of climate warming gases called HFCs in refrigerators and air conditioners by more than 80% over the next 30 years. This measure will help to avoid up to 0.4 degrees Celsius of global warming this century while continuing to protect the ozone layer. It contributes to reaching the global temperature target, and it can work if it's fully supported and implemented. Preventing global warming is an extremely difficult task that will take a lot of time. The Kigali Amendment is one solution that's here already right now. Each nation has the power to bring the world closer to the climate goal by ratifying the Kigali Amendment. This is our chance to take action.
Okay, so that was a very quick video on the Kigali Amendment. One thing I wanted to point out, January, when it said implementation in January 2019, that's not for FSM and other developing countries. That's for the big countries like US, EU, EU's European Union, Australia, the other ones. Yeah, EU, US, Australia, New Zealand, they're the ones who started in 2019. But the developing countries like us, FSM, Marshalls, Somalia, Rwanda, they will start in 2024. They gave us 5 years of, okay, we'll start first because we're big, rich countries, and then you guys will start in 5 years. And has anyone heard of the 1.5 degrees, 1.5 to stay alive campaign? Has anyone heard about it? Climate change? Maybe, what's her name? Kathy Chetnia from Marshall Islands. She was a big advocate. They said 1.5 to stay alive is because that's what they're trying to do, the goal for Pacific Islands. If they can stop the world from increasing temperatures by 1.5 degrees Celsius or what's that? 2.2 Fahrenheit? Then it will be good for the islands. We can still survive the impacts of climate change. So with Kigali, they said 0.4. So 0.4 of 1.5, it made up a big chunk. So that's one thing we're hoping the Pacific Islands can act on more, on the Kigali Amendment and really pushing the advanced, big developed countries to phase down HFCs. Next slide, please. Okay, that's it. That's my presentation on the Kigali Amendment. Any questions on that? Anyone from our online audience? Any questions? Any questions here, our Pohnpei audience? Was it helpful? Any of the videos helpful? The content? Am I speaking too fast? Oh, Luan, your question?
So, what is the FSM going to engage the youth in addressing the issue?
Okay, so I'll just repeat your question so maybe everyone can hear. So, Luan asked, what is FSM doing to engage the youth to do more on the Kigali Amendment? Well, that's a great question. Number one, it's this workshop. This workshop is one way we're trying to just get more people aware of what we're doing, and getting their input on what we can do. One thing we really want to see more youth involvement is getting them into the sector, into the RAC sector. There's not a lot of locals who are becoming rack technicians, RAC working to fix refrigerators, air conditioners, or and we want more youth being involved in that. That's a great skill. There's not a lot of people in it. It's a good career path. If you don't like the traditional college, go to college or work in the office, being an RAC technician, you can work anywhere because that one is in a lot of demand. So they can get training on that, they can advocate, and when they talk about climate change, they could say that, you know, the one environmental agreement that's actually happening now and reducing climate change is the Montreal Protocol. They cannot say that much, and the impacts of it over the last 30 years. So if the youth can be more aware on that, then they keep their, when they talk about climate change for the islands, for Pacific Islands, is to say, let's not ignore the Montreal Protocol. Let's not try to keep depending on these other ideas that, you know, not a lot of people agree on. This is something that 197 countries they have agreed on. Kigali Amendment, that's why it's really big. China, India, US, EU. Very few things that those big countries can agree on, but they agreed on this. And it's something that's proven. You can prove it, and you can see the impacts. It's not just talking about all these big ideas. It's actually, you can see the data. You can get involved, being aware of this this knowledge, and becoming an RC technician helps you. It's a good career, and you can work with a lot of people. And even if you think that you're just working on an AC, you're helping to help the country reduce its reliance on these gases, and from, let's say, from us throwing it away because we don't know how to fix it, and it gets end up at the dump. So you can, yeah, women, men could join RAC. So that's one thing we also want. We want more female representation in refrigeration and air conditioning. So. Yes. So I'll just repeat your question. So your question is, by 2024, are we phasing out and totally banning HFCs in 2024? That's your question?
Yeah.
Okay. So thank you very much for your question. So 2024 is when we start, you know, doing the step-by-step reduction. It won't be completely banned. We will still use it, the HFCs, and we'll continue using it until the world comes up with a better technology. Which there's better technology, but right now it's still not safe. But there's new innovations every day. That's what they're trying to come up with. Thank you for your question. Any more questions? Online audience, any questions? Any questions from our youth group in Koshrai, Chuk? We welcome any questions. Oh, okay, so I'm 13 minutes ahead of my time. So I guess if there's no questions, if you don't have any questions now, feel free to email us or reach out to us on Facebook and message us. We'll gladly take any of your questions. And so right now it's 11:13 according to our schedule. We're about 13 minutes behind, but I guess that's fine because we started late. Oh, we have a question? Hello, Chuk, any questions from on the past presentations, the Montreal Protocol, Kigali Amendment? I guess there's no questions. Anyways, so we'll take a quick 15-minute break, and then we'll resume at 11:30. Let's say 11:30 right now. It's 11:14, and we'll resume at 11:30. And our next presentation will be about the RAC curriculum, and that presentation will be conducted by Mr. Bertoldo Esteban. He's our instructor at COM who trains the RAC technicians, and he's looking to find more people if they're interested in learning. Okay, right? We'll take a break. Thank you, everyone.
Away. then one click, click, yo, really got you back into it, see, I know you got the groove to the beat, so smooth with the groove, everybody let me hear you say, really good, really good, snap your finger, put your money to the beat, yeah.
to work together, enjoy together also. Projects, if we have a little fun, I usually brought them to Resto, but that's just one time in a one semester only, just to give them compliments for their good training. And additionally, these are the supports that we are getting from the government, from DECAM course. They're providing us good training equipment, and also they provided us this big LED so that it's easier and faster for the students to grab the knowledge, especially the most complicated aspects of this. Because if we don't show those things, they cannot visualize it in their brain. So it's better if they can show those pictures, and it's easy for them to grasp the knowledge that they need to. So we are also lucky that we got a grant from the IGST through our MOU with the DECAM also. So the training materials that we are using are brand new. So this is not only for our students, but it is also used for all the technicians in the FSM. Because within the MOU between College of Micronesia and DECAM, we are going to provide the technical aspects or technical expertise to run the Montreal Protocol with the DECAM, especially the NOU group. So these are the brand new inverters, and the good thing with this, these are already the what do you call this? The new technology in the air conditioning industry. So they are mildly flammables now. So aside from that, we also have those refrigerant identifier, this one. And this thing is a very complicated machine, but it really helps us a lot. It can identify if your refrigerant, what type of refrigerant you have, even though it's in the cylinder, and it can also check
if your refrigerant it is still pure or not. And this machine over here, we call this as a, what we call this? This is a refrigerant recovery machine. So the purpose of this refrigerant recovery machine is to remove the refrigerant from this old unit, and then we transfer it into our cylinder here. This is our recovery cylinder. Okay, that is to avoid releasing this globally, the refrigerant that can cause global warming. Okay. Okay, so this is how we use this refrigerant identifier. So what we are doing here is we are trying to determine if this gas is a pure R410A, if there's no contaminant on it, before we use it for our unit. Because sometimes, even though the label is R410A, but once you check it, it has a different content. So to avoid these things happen, we need to check it with our refrigerant identifier. Okay? Okay, so this is our refrigeration, this is air conditioning course. So these are the mock-ups that I am using to train our students or trainees. So we use the actual units for them to learn. Okay, so I usually group them and then I give them these units. So luckily, our campus are really supporting us, especially our maintenance division. So I asked them if they have a broken one. I told them to give it to our class and we will use it for training. Then once we fix it, we give it back to them. So we both help each other. Okay, so this is the brand new window type air conditioning also. And it's available here on the island already, but I think you are buying this already. And I just want you to know that this is already using a flammable gas, which is the R32. But by the way, this is mildly flammable. It's not highly flammable. Okay? Okay, so this is to show to you that we have a good working relationship with the DECAM. So most of the time we invite the NOU to talk with our students so that they will be informed what is the importance of this Montreal into their program. Okay. So here, sometimes when they visit our students, they give them some gifts. Okay. Aside from that, we also asked our senior technicians, the technicians that works with refrigeration and air conditioning here, we usually invite them and talk in front of the students so that they will be motivated. And also, if there's a representative from UNEP, we usually ask him to come with us, so at least they will tell us what are the importance of refrigeration program. Okay. And this is the batch that out of 7 students, we only have 5 students who successfully completed the program. Then this is our last slide. So if you are willing to join the program, please contact us. It's only the CTEC that offer this program right now. We don't have it in our other islands. So if you're interested, please contact the CTEC campus. And thank you very much. If you have any questions, please just let me know. Thank you. Thank you, Yakub.
Thank you, sir. Sir? Any question for your customer? Okay, sir. We have one question.
Yep.
One question from here.
Okay.
So the program you're offering is just for those that did pass the COM entrance test?
Yes, they need to pass the comment. Yeah. Any other questions?
Yeah, here's one from Prashant.
Okay.
Okay, her question is, how does your program and taken working together to support non-truth protocol and minimize use of certain refrigerants?
Yeah. The good thing with our program right now is as I've said, we already modified it so that it can be realigned to the regulations of the Montreal Protocol. So most of our trainings now, we train our technicians not to release gases into the air. So that's why we have this equipment now to recover them, and we train them to minimize those releasing of gases during the services.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Question from Chuk.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that the same equipment that we have in Chuk, or
Yeah, are you talking about the recovery machines or the refrigerant identifier?
the refrigerant identifier?
Yeah, I think, I believe we provided, during our technicians training there, we provided the refrigerant identifier to the custom.
Okay.
Yes. You're welcome.
Another one.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you giving the same course to the Chuk campus?
Oh, unfortunately, we're just offering this program right now at the college, at CTEC. Because it's, what do you call this? It's really expensive to build another shop in the other campus. Unless if we can find funding, probably we can offer it there. But as of now, we're not.
It would be better if we have in Chuk, because most of the technicians here are your kababayan.
Oh yeah, I noticed that, because aside from teaching here at the College of Micronesia, I usually travel at the island with the DECAM to train our technicians, especially with the new technology, yeah? Because they need to learn those stuff.
So when this your kababayan leave for your go back to PI, then we'll be out of, we'll be having problems with refrigerant and all that.
That's why we're encouraging local technicians to be involved with this, even though they are, what do you call this, even though they're adult, they can try and join the program if they want to. Because the good thing with our program right now at the college, as I said, we have a very sophisticated tools and instruments, which is given by, of course, our collaboration with DECAM and UNEP. So what we need now is just the trainees, not tools. So if you can help me to train more local technicians, that's even better. Thank you. Any other questions?
you got no more question, I will
Yeah.
take a video of you.
So we're done?
No more questions. So I'm going to.
No more questions? So I will close these slides.
So,
Pohnpei's refrigeration and air conditioning workshop on good servicing practices was done to showcase the ongoing training efforts of the COM Center for Technical Education in training rack technicians to handle flammable refrigerants such as R32 in air conditioning and R600A in refrigeration systems. The training is a collaboration between the Department of Environment, Climate Change and Emergency Management and COM to better enhance the skill set of the country's RAC workforce to enable them to work with new flammable refrigerants. Some of the new equipment are operating in the FSM. However, because not many technicians know how to fix the equipment when they break down, they often end up at the dump. The equipment could still operate well if technicians know how to fix them in the first place. The new gases are also flammable, so technicians need to know how to safely work with them. This combined effort highlights FSM's leadership in the global adoption of the Kigali Amendment to the Montreal Protocol in 2016. As the world reduces its consumption of refrigerants, we can avoid up to 0.72 to 0.9 degrees Fahrenheit increase in average global temperatures by 2100. This is extremely helpful to our climate goals of keeping temperatures under 2.7 degrees Fahrenheit under the Paris Agreement. At the same time, shifting from the old technology will help save consumers energy in the long term, as newer technology tends to be more energy efficient. Job growth in the sector is projected to boom as the world continues to need adequate cooling technologies. Think about how many people already have refrigerators, as the technology enables us to live modern life and storing food for long periods of time. Demand for sustainable cooling in office and living spaces will continue to grow as the world continues to develop. Alright, thank you very much, Bert. So moving on with our agenda for today. I wanted to give a short presentation on what regulations look like for ozone depleting substances in FSM. So all these things that we talk about with training, regulating, monitoring, and enforcement of ODS and non-ODS is backed by regulations. Full screen. So we have regulations on ODS, and this year we passed in February new changes under the regulations to cover our obligation in controlling HFCs in FSM. So we'll just go over the brief overview on what these regulations cover. Okay, so our regulations overview, next slide. Okay, so first off, why we did this year is because as a party, person FSM is signed on as a country to the Kigali Amendment, we had to amend our regulations. So regulations are an official way backed by law to control these gases. Second, we also have to, when we make any changes with regulations, we have to inform people who are involved in the sector, like the businesses who import and the technicians who use it. So that's what we have to do a lot of awareness on this too. Third one, we also had to make sure that if we're getting rid of refrigerants that we're already using now, what's the alternative? We're going to get rid of something, but are there alternatives to that? So in those cases, the refrigerants that do not destroy the ozone or add to climate change, the big disadvantage to them is that they're flammable. They could, similar to like the propane and butane we use, butane maybe in our cooking stove, propane that we use also in cooking, you could use that as refrigerants, but the downside is that they're flammable. So we had to make sure that technicians are comfortable with working with these flammable refrigerants. Number 4, what's the point of going around telling people they cannot do anything, do something, and there's no enforcement? So all just barking, we're just barking, yeah, you cannot do this, but there's no bite. So we had to have the regulations be the bite. So if there's a illegal activity you're doing with refrigerants, then DECOM and Department of Justice will act and enforce. You can get a penalty for it, like we've done with some fishery companies that had illegal imports, and then we had to fine them $10,000 for that. So yeah, that's the one thing. We need to make sure that we have a bite with our barks. Number 5 is a ban. That we have a ban on imports of certain equipment. So that equipment is the one that use HCFC. So you cannot find on the market right now in any of the states where you go and you ask, can I buy aircon or refrigerator that uses HCFC? You cannot find that anymore because that's banned now. So you cannot find any AC that uses R22 because that uses HCFC, and we've banned it since February this year. Okay, next slide please. Yeah, we had to change the name of our regulation because our regulations used to be called ODS regulations, and because if we're controlling ODS and also non-ODS, we cannot use one name that doesn't include the other. So we changed it from ODS regulations to regulations for controlled substances under the Montreal Protocol. So this is just a way to, in case there are new refrigerants that need that Montreal Protocol will control, we've taken care of that inconsistency. Because someone, if we kept the name, then someone could easily challenge us in court and say, well, you weren't accurately describing your regulations because it doesn't control HFCs. So we had to change the new name. We had to come up with a new name. Next slide. We had to make new definitions so that we were very specific. We're not just controlling refrigerants, but we're controlling, certain bans on CFCs, controlling phase out of HCFCs, and then phase down of HFCs, all this. Then they have to be certified by the CON to handle refrigerants. There's 2 levels, being a certified RAC technician, and on the first level, is refrigerant handler, so that way you can buy refrigerants. And then the second one is you're fully certified as a technician. So those are the 2 levels, and we work with CON to do the training and testing. And then we add tools. We include in the regulations basic tools that big companies need to buy for their technicians. So there's permits, right? You have to, if you import HCFCs, you need to apply for a permit. And then soon, next year, if you import HFCs, you need to apply for a permit. So now there's a permit. And there's a license you need to get, and then a quota, meaning you cannot import more than what we give you at DECO. Yeah. So permits and licensing for HCFCs and HFCs. Next slide. Yeah, quota system, right? We have a certain amount every year that we can give out, like a pie, but we cannot give out the whole pie, like small pieces of it. So that's what we call quota. So that way we don't go over. Next one. REC certification, right? Level 1 and level 2, like I mentioned, working with COM and Department of Education to get that nationally recognized. So that way if you get certified in other states, you can practice in any of the states. Next one. Yeah, so this is how the training center would be COM, but then you pass the test that they provide, and then DECOM will certify. And then Department of Education will recognize you nationally. So this is a ban. This is one thing we want to let everyone know, that you cannot. There's a ban on this HCFC-based equipment. You cannot import it. Anything that uses, for example, here is R22. You cannot find this anymore in the stores. You can get into trouble if you bring it in. Customs will confiscate it because they already noticed that there's a ban. It's R22. It uses the gas. So I want to clarify that this will be a ban on the equipment, not the gas. You still have to get a license for the gas, but you can still bring it in. And you need a license from DECO. And our penalty system we updated. Very simple to understand the penalty. So for example, you imported illegal HCFCs such as R22 without license. This is the penalty. You will lose your job, you will go to jail for 3 years, and you have to pay $1,000 per gram. Get ready for that. No, that's not, no one's gonna lose their job. You're not gonna go to jail. But you're gonna have to pay. You just pay the simple, to easy understand. If you bring in 1 pound of any illegal refrigerant, it's $100 per pound. So if you bring in 100 pounds of illegal refrigerant, you pay 1,000. If you bring in, if you're bringing 100 pounds, 100 times 100 is you pay 10,000. That's one penalty that we slapped on one company here in Pohnpei. So just don't bring in illegal refrigerant. You can get a license. That's easy to avoid the penalty. Okay, so that's my presentation on that. It's on our ODS regulations. Anything with refrigerants in FSM, you can contact DECOM or email us. Anything, any questions, concerns. Any questions for our Pohnpei audience and our online audience? Is this still on over here? Are we still connected? Alright, no questions? Anyone? Alright, so I think the time, could we have a time check, please? 12:19. Alright, so it's about time for lunch. Do we have? Okay, so lunch is ready. We'll take a 1 hour break. This is for, and we'll reconvene at, right now it's 1:20, so 12:20, so we'll come back at 1:20. Yeah, it's okay with everyone? Alright, thank you very much.
And we come down at 1:20. Hey, Bert.
Bert.
Bert. Bert.
Hey, it's okay. Thank you, guys. It's okay. Thank you.
Oh, wait. I'm for one.
I'm here.
Here, Bert. Your partner is here.
Lunch is
Cannot
at
see.
the back.
Hey, so, magawa kang lang. Wala mo po.
Okay, Kusai, how are you doing? Ready to start? Erica, how is Kusai you doing? Ready to start again? Erica, how's your side? Okay, how about you? Are you ready?
We're ready. Chuck is ready.
Okay, thank you all. We're starting again, and we will be watching a video on Ozone Day 2020.
Okay, 1, 2, go.
The following ozone duet.
Selamat Hari Ozone.
Following scenes are some
Selesai selesai.
Rolling ozone game season game 가야로 끝이
My new way. Ikaw puwi. Maya bawa noi ha.
世界臭氧日快乐！本月的是工作日生日的人，耶！
Happy World Ozone Day.
Talafa, Emmanuel ऐसा पकाना चुने तुझे ना देव से बात बोली।
विश्व ओजोन दिवस सफल হোক।
معلومات تمام خودمون فرزندان شما برای حفاظت از اوزون تبریک میگم روز جهانی اوزون
Hirapan ng buo, bakit tantara sangka sa mga coach bino? Uyak tarapan sa pulmachet mo.
Dengan satu jaga tu semua dengan kerja.
World Ozone Day.
People are much good. You probably you are all get out. So now look this World Ozone Day.
Happy World Ozone Day 2010.
I congratulate all involved in the ozone treaties for the 35 years of success, and I wish them many more to come.
Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you. This video about how we celebrate our World Ozone Day 2020, and we the UNEP combine all the videos in the local languages from all the Article 5 countries, and this is the one we just watched, and I'm going to do a presentation on World Ozone Day 2021. Okay, we're going to celebrate World Ozone Day 2021 on September, September 16 in the coming 2 weeks. And we want to just inform you about the day, the important day for the Ozone Day. And the theme for this year is Montreal Protocol, keeping us, our food and vaccines cool. And this is the theme for this year. Every year we have theme on the Montreal Protocol or the World Ozone Day that developed by the UNEP, and they sent out to all the NOUs in the countries that are under the Montreal Protocol, working for the ozone. And the date for this year's Ozone Day is September 16, and what we are doing during the day is we're just going to act a message by the President of the Federated States of Micronesia. And before that, we will be in your cell phones, you will be getting text messages about the fun walk. We're having a fun walk. And this is the only thing we're doing, the message from the President that day, and we're taking a picture of us with the President and the head of the departments. And this is the day that we will celebrate and do a fun walk, and we invite all the people of Pohnpei to come and join us to the fun walk to celebrate the World Ozone Day on September 18, 2021. This day will be a Saturday, it will fall on a Saturday, and the time is going to be at 6:30 a.m. We will be holding this event at the Governor's Building parking lot in the front. So please be ready and come and support the Ozone Day during this day. And this slide is showing our banner for the World Ozone Day Fun Walk. We will print this banner soon. They're printing, and the guy printing will hang this banner up. Hopefully they can do it tomorrow or early Monday. Okay, that's for my small short presentation on the World Ozone Day, and the FSM Ozone Unit invites all of you to join the World Ozone Day Fun Walk at the Governor's parking lot. And if you have any question or concern, comment, please you are welcome to now. And in Kushai, I talked to Erica, who's coordinating with the Kushai. She's from Kerma. What she told me, they will be doing they will be collecting trash or trashathon on September 16 with the youth in Kushai. And in Chuk, they will all an activity, and they will be distributing out their awareness materials that day. Any question from Chuk and Kusai or anyone in this room?
Wala. May dapat silang nag-attend ba? Yeah.
Invitation di po ano to agenda din. Sudah dia.
Siempre traigo marzo todo.
Kailan siya?
Okay. My next presentation is about the Ozone videos. Since you already watched the one made by Jacob Johannes. Thank you very much. And what I would like to do now is to ask all the youths in the person to, if you can make your own video, like video on ozone or Montreal Protocol or Kigali amendments or the refrigeration, anything relating to how we will help and protect our ozone layer. And these videos will be like 1 minute to 5 minutes. And if you willing or really want to do these videos, you can develop your videos, do your videos and submit to us, the NOU team. And these videos, we will be playing them during the September 16 World Ozone Day. And we will be giving out some small prizes for those participating and doing videos on World Ozone Day. And I would like to show you another video. This one is a video on, the title is Reset Earth. And this video is about 20 to 25 minutes long. And it's really good video, cartoon video. Good for the our young children or the youth to watch and like get an idea about to make your own video on ozone.
goes my epic intro. This is me, Nox. Just another average girl living in a post-apocalyptic wasteland. Not much to look at, right? I mean, yeah, what did you think it would look like? This is what happens when you leave the world in the hands of people who don't care about the planet. Some of this might look familiar to you, but things have changed. We don't live much older than 20 because of a disease that started spreading many years ago. But that's something before my time. We grew up on stories that it's linked to the smog in the air, but anyone who actually knows the answer is long dead, and we're stuck with this skin disease that we call the grow. We don't know much about it, but what we do know is that the worse it gets, the less time we have. It's the reason all the old people are dead now. And now that I'm starting to feel the effects of the grow, I find myself spending most of my time here, looking for anything that might help me. Most days start and end the same, but maybe today will turn out a little different. Hello? Are you okay? Are you okay? I couldn't stop the machine. What are you talking about? Smog. The grow. It's all true.
Excuse me?
I don't understand. Nox, please.
Mental damage.
We must find Sagan.
Can you guys please share video?
Hey, tell me.
Because I
can help you stop the grow. Who? Sagan? 2055.
I'm the whole this
Hey, I'm sorry.
Sorry,
Can you see it now?
Yes, thank you.
Good luck.
Go. Alone. Find Sagan. Quickly. Oh, okay. Hold on. I'll be right back. Just hold on. Sagan, come quick.
Whoa!
Come on, I have to show you something.
Great. I'm finally getting into something good here. Can it wait?
Oh, no. Come on. Trust me, it's important.
Hey, easy. I'm coming.
I don't get it. What? She was right here.
Mm-hmm.
Sagan, I'm serious. She knew who we were.
Okay, Nox. So thanks for bringing me to a junkyard. It's been fun, but I'm gonna get going. This is weird. You see that, right?
I know how crazy this sounds, but I know what I saw. There was a bright flash of light and an old woman dying of grow. But she spoke of stopping this disease. You must believe me.
Wait, what did she say about the grow?
She was pointing at this when I left.
Whoa, this looks dope. Oh no. Nox, I think I did something here. What's up with these numbers?
I don't know. But she was mumbling about 2055 in a machine. She must have been talking about this. Let's see what it does.
No, wait, it could be dangerous.
Sagan, if there's a way to stop this, I'm going to find it. I don't have much time left.
Exactly, you don't have much time left. Aren't you worried you'll also end up looking like this woman you keep talking about? Covered in grow and dying in this junkyard? I mean, am I supposed to believe this is some kind of time travel? Nah, this is a bit too science fiction.
I mean, no, I get it. This is a joke, right? You're messing with me.
Well, if this is a joke, then nothing should happen when I press this thing here.
No, wait.
Hi.
Okay. Goodbye.
Hear me. Look past the smog. See the real problem. Don't believe the lie. We have destroyed our ozone layer, and now we are doomed. There is no going back once the smog is released. We don't know what the dangers will be. Can't you see?
Hey, what do you know about the smog?
Where are you from, child? What is this?
Hey, let go of me! Why is the smog dangerous? I need to know!
I warned you. Now it's too late.
Knox, what happened? Are you okay?
I just need a moment.
I don't understand. Are you saying you didn't find a way to stop the growth?
No. They were trying to save people from the sun. Smog was released everywhere. It must have been to save them from a skin disease. But I think it's what caused us to get this. Even if I stopped the machine, we'd just have a different looking disease. All that I found is that we can't be saved.
Oh, well, okay. That's a bit depressing. Wait, this talks about our ozone layer being destroyed. What is that? Is that why they released the smog?
I don't know for sure. But I think this machine can tell us why. I'm using it again.
No ways. Trust me. Nothing good comes from messing with time travel. I mean, we've only got a few years left here, and I'm not taking any chances. This is too risky. You don't think playing with time travel will have an effect on us?
Oh, Sagan, don't tell me you're scared. Come on. I feel fine. We have a chance here to stop this growth from ever happening. Don't tell me you don't want to be a part of that.
I don't know.
Look, I'm using this again. And you can join me or stay behind. But the way I see it is, we've already used it now. What's one more time?
Fine. Okay, look. One jump, then we're done.
Okay, come on, let's go.
Whoa! Would you stop trying to press that button? If we do this, we're gonna need a bit of help. Taryn, seriously, man. It looks like it's been over 30 years since anyone dusted in here.
Second, it looks like it's been over 30 years since. Hey, what? Wait, what's that junk you're bringing in here?
Junk? This piece of junk is a time machine.
What? A time machine? Sagan, if this is real, I mean, we have no idea what this could possibly mean. Imagine the implications.
Like, seriously? Where's the guy?
Knox, Terrence.
Hey, look. Sagan said you'd be able to help us. Is that true?
Yeah. Okay, what do you need help with?
We need to know when the ozone layer was destroyed. We just need a date and a location, then we're out of here.
Ozone? Not many people know about it anymore. But, to start off, it wasn't a single moment that destroyed our ozone. It's something that's been happening for over 100 years now.
I told you he'd know.
Well, can you tell us how to stop it?
Stop it? We're a few hundred years late for that. But if this is really a time machine, then that changes things. First, how much do you actually know about the ozone layer? Come, look here. This is Earth, and this here is the ozone layer, an atmospheric shield made up of ozone molecules that sit in the stratosphere and absorb most of the UV radiation from the sun, protecting mankind, plants, and our ecosystems. But over time,
I wonder no one ever comes in here.
Hey, look here. Come on.
Can't you just tell us where to go to save it?
So, you heard nothing I just said.
Okay.
Let me turn this off. Okay, to sum up, we have the Earth, and we have the ozone layer. Cool. So, basically, since the early 1900s, mankind has been releasing gases into the atmosphere, gases like CFCs. And since then, CFCs have been used in everything. Fridges, air cons, aerosol cans, you name it. At first, we thought nothing bad would happen, but eventually, they caused a problem.
We actually made a hole in the ozone layer?
Well, it looks that way, yes, but CFCs destroy ozone molecules, and that thins the ozone layer. Then UV radiation shines through. That's bad. I mean, this layer was all that stood in the way of everyone getting skin cancer and going blind.
That explains the smog then. It was the new shield.
Okay. They were stopping the UV radiation.
Yeah, well, that's why the world is the way it is. Without the smoke, we would have skin cancer and other diseases, but with it, we have the growth. So I guess with this fancy time machine, you can choose how we die. Skin cancer or the growth.
Jeez, Taryn. Way to kill the mood. Well, we can't say we didn't try.
We can't give up now. You promised me one jump. If we can stop these gases, we can stop the ozone layer from being destroyed. If we stop CFCs, then the ozone layer is safe, right?
I guess. I don't think it's that simple. Okay, much more powerful people tried before and failed.
Yeah, they didn't have this. When exactly were these gases created?
I know it was around the 1920s. Just let me double check. Patents, okay, here we go. It says here the patent for CFCs was signed in 1928.
Okay, so 1928.
You guys want to keep it down back there? I'm just trying to concentrate. Okay, so it's important to remember that with the patent for CFCs, you guys, seriously,
Oh, this is no good. Okay, Knox, listen. 10 minutes. That's how long you were gone for, and that's all the time we have. Don't let anyone see you. We do what we need to, then leave. Let's try not to destroy our own existence. Why did it have to be New Year's Eve? Shh. No, you, shh. This is impossible. There must be thousands of papers here.
We just need something with CFCs on them. Anything. Come on.
Hey, you guys, were you in 1920? What? Taryn, how did you get... Did you find it? I knew you wouldn't find it without me. I need more information for you, but you left it in such a rush.
What are you waiting for? Destroy it. Give me the paper.
You know this one now, right? This is just a piece of paper. We can destroy it, but nothing will change. The idea is already in everyone's mind. In 1928, CFCs are the future. They were made to save people.
Guys, we're running out of time.
This is my last chance. I'm destroying it.
My grow. You knew this would happen, didn't you? Why is everyone telling me to shh? Look at your arm. I thought something like this would happen. This machine is dangerous. You lied to us, didn't you? You knew this would happen. How could you send us into this machine, knowing what it would do to us?
Sagan, look at me. My time is nearly up. Wouldn't you have done the same thing? I can't believe it didn't work. I was so sure. I should have cured the grow, not made it worse. And now I'm really on my own. I guess Tara was right. CFCs were going to be made no matter what we did. Wait a minute. I've seen this before. change something. I've got to tell Sagan.
We have to take this thing apart and hide it away so no one else can find it.
Sagan, are you serious? This is a time machine, and you want to destroy...
Hey, guys, stop. It worked. It worked.
Oh, yeah? Cool. Wait, what?
Our trip to 1928. I dropped my bag in the patent office, and they must have found the flyer. I know what needs to be done now.
Lucky us. She has another plan.
You don't understand. Look, see for yourself. It's changing.
Wait, what? How is this possible?
That's what I was saying. This is what was written on the flyer.
What does it matter anyway? Using this machine will kill us.
You guys, come on. We have a real shot here. Don't tell me that we're not even gonna try.
I mean, yeah, we can try. But leaving that flyer has hardly changed anything. Yeah? And if we want to convince people to save the ozone layer, then, guys, we have some serious homework to do.
Okay, fine. But look at our growth. We don't have many jumps left. We can't make any more mistakes.
I told you it would need a lot of jump.
Are you sure this is everything?
Yeah, it's everything that I have that links to this moment in some way. It all boils down to what happened here. World leaders came together to ban CFCs and save the ozone, but they failed. If we want this to work, this is the headline that we need to change.
This is impossible. We can't make this many jumps.
No, this could work. I mean, look what they're doing in Antarctica. These guys were onto something, and not long after, people at NASA could have gotten involved. If we can get to these places at the right time and convince them that what they are doing is right, then the rest is just history.
Okay, you think we're ready?
Yeah, we're ready. Knox, you're staying behind for this one.
What? Sagan, come on. Look, I know I lied before, but that's no reason to...
No, it's not that. Look at your growth. If you come with us and we fail, that's it for you. I'm not gonna let that happen.
Well, we better not fail then.
Are we doing this thing or what?
Let's do this.
Don't worry, girl, I've got this one. And we're gonna point it in the right direction. What do we do? We're saving the world. We're saving the world. We're saving the world.
Yes, this is working. It's actually gonna work. Yes. Come on. Why is this not changing? I have to do one more jump. Yes. We need more help.
Oh, Sagan? Oh, I don't understand. It should have worked.
Knox is gone.
I think that it should have worked. We went to the right time and the headlines changed. Why did we still have
Taryn, stop! Knox is gone.
So, Sagan, look at this. She's used the time machine. Sega, look! He's coming away!
Darren, look at this.
Sagan, the time machine just shut off. It's not coming back on.
No, Knox isn't back yet. This can't be happening.
Sagan, it's not going to do anything. We're going to bring her back by smashing the time machine here. Come on, fake man. Wait.
Knox, you're back. I don't believe it.
Oh, we did it.
Wait, Sagan, are you crying?
No, it's just us.
Okay.
What on earth did you do?
Yeah, I had to try something. I thought making this change would be too small, but it worked.
Yeah, it worked. We got our ozone layer back.
The people we visited just needed to know that what they were doing was right. They needed the support to keep going, and I guess this was only going to work if they all played their part.
You know, no one is ever going to know what we did here, right?
I know, but that's not why we did it. So that's our story. We've hidden the time machine in a place no one will find it, and now all that's left is, well, to see how the rest of our lives play out. I never thought we'd be able to make a difference, but we did. Well, in the end, I guess everyone did. And we need to remember that. I mean, sure, if you want to call us heroes, go for it. But we're not the only ones.
Okay, thank you all for watching the reciter. And what we're going to do now, we're going to, oh sorry, if you have any question or comment on the video we just watched, I know that all of you understand the video, really short video on three youngsters that they face the how we destroy our ozone and what they will do to protect the ozone so our lives will not be affected by the by destroying the ozone layer. And in our agenda, the last but not the least, closing remark. But before the closing remark, I would like to ask us if we can do a group photo really quick in the front on the right, and after the group photo we will have the closing remark by one of our deputy assistant secretaries from Tagal. She's coming in really soon, so may I ask that we all gather right there in the right corner and take a group photo, or if you have questions, please, you can ask. And Chuka and Kusai, you have anything to add on or questions on your side?
Sorry, instructor, you want this? Question down.
Wala medyo.
Good question. Yeah, question down here. First of all, I would like to respect the instructor.
Michelle will also move to the right.
Okay, Kusai, please hold on.
I would like to respect all of you instructors and Pohnpei audience and online audience. It's better to say something, or else Pohnpei say that when a group of people gather together in a place and only one person talking, it's just like watching cartoon. So it's better to make up a question. And this question is from my wife. Before that, I would like to thank you guys welcoming us, me and my wife, to join this program, the important program on our Ozone. The first question from my wife, she's forcing me to ask, is regarding on the Ozone Day on the 16th of this month. It's coming 2 weeks. And she was about to ask what the first question is about the fun walk. Fun walk, you have to sign up at 6:30 a.m. at the governor's office. And she's asking if there's an award for that one or any gift will be given on that day. And the second question is on the videos. On the videos, going to share, it seems like that's a contest videos. Is it going to be provided by group or by individual? This question is from my wife. She says, fortunately, to ask.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. For the World Ozone Day Fun Walk on September 18, the fun walk will start at 6:30 a.m. and we will, once you get there, you will register your name with us. And about prices for the fun walk, for now we don't have prices for the fun walk. What we have, we're giving out some awareness materials on like t-shirt and hats for the participants who will be joining us. And the other one for the videos, making your own videos on Ozone Day, on Ozone. What's the question?
It's like, we can be like individual.
Oh well, for that one we will have, you can do it by individual or by group, up to you. And we're asking the youths around Evanston to do that, so you can join in as a group or only one person doing the video. Up to you.
After one question.
Yes.
And will there be an award given to that or any judge?
Okay. Thank you. There will be someone. There will be a committee to do the judging for the videos, and there will be awards giving out for the winners for the videos. And thank you very much. Sorry, I forgot something on our agenda. I will do it really quick. Thank you for the question, Mr. Barnabas. I will do a quick presentation on art contest for Asia and Pacific. And I would like to ask all the participants today from Pohnpei to join. We have a art contest coming up, and we call it Ozone to Climate Art Contest. So please bear with me, I will do it really quick. And then we will do the closing and all, what we need to do. Okay, we have this Ozone to Climate Art Contest, and all the countries in Asia and Pacific region, we will be doing this art contest, and we invite all the youths of all the countries to participate in this contest. Okay, the objectives of the art contest, first one is so we can promote the linkage of ozone layer and climate change, and how we will protect our ozone layer according to Montreal Protocol. And the second one is how we will do outreach so we can phase out the ozone depleting substances and phase down the HFCs in Asia and Pacific. There's a committee that organized this art contest, the Ozone to Climate Art Contest, and they are UNEP, UNESCO, and NOUs in the Asia and Pacific, and they assisted by Nigel University. And as you can see, we have the website for the art contest, www.ozone2climate.org. That's the website for the art contest. If you want more information, you can get on the online and see all the details of the contest. Description of the art contest: we have two levels, the national level and regional level, and there are also two bases. The first base is the national level. We will launch or kick off this art contest during World Ozone Day 2021 on September 16th, and we will also do outreach, promote national contests, and we will invite all youth or invite as many as we can to join and participate in doing the art contest. And after that, we will evaluate and select national winners from TFSM to enter the regional contest. The second phase is the regional contest level, and those winners from the national level, they will be the one. Their art contest will be, their drawings will be submitted to UNEP and the university supporting the art contest, and they will contact and also to picking out who the winners from all the countries participating in the regional contest. And the result, they will announce the winners of the art contest during World Ozone Day 2022. And the announcement will be by the UNEP. And the contest modality, the first one is photograph contest. This one you can take pictures of anything you want, like taking pictures from a camera to submit your art. You don't have to do anything, just taking cameras, and this you need to have and the camera will, what they recommend, without heavy digital manipulation, such as adding or removing objects from the original picture that you taken. And the second one is drawing contest. This is the drawing one will be drawn by or be made by your own ends. And the third one is graphic design contest. This you can use computers to assist you or guide you to draw your drawing. Okay, eligible participants, the youth category. We have two categories here and there. First one is youth. For individuals or group of participants with the age of 15 or younger as of 16 of September 2021. And the general one, the category one, this one will be for individuals or group of participants that will be older than 15 as of September 16, 2021, this year. And I will submit our applications or the drawings we did. They already have an online contest platform, online, and we will upload them. The time they will give us, we start on January 1st, the date there is wrong, will be January 1st, 2022 at 12 p.m. Sorry, not January 2021, 2022. Until March 31st, 2022. This is the time that we can submit our drawings or contests that we are doing. And this is a timeline for the art contest. The launching of the art contest will be on World Ozone Day 2021. Promotion and the theme of the artwork will start from the day we will launch until December 2021, December 31st, and open for application and submission of artwork will start from January 1st to March 31st, 2022, and evaluation to select the winners will be from April 1st to May 15, 2022, and the announcement of the national art winners will be on May 31st, 2022, and the launching of the regional art contest will be on June 1st, 2022, and selection of the winners for the regional contest will be from July 1st to July 31st, 22, and the announcement of the winners will be on World Ozone Day 2022, and award we will join with UNAC during the award ceremony for the winners on the same day, World Ozone Day 2022. And this is the logo for the art contest, and there will be 3 prizes: the winner and the first runner-up and the second runner-up for the art contest. Thank you. And any question on the art contest? Kushay and Chuk, any question on the art contest? No question? Joyce and Erica from Chukang Kusai. No question? You still there? Ladies? Okay, no question. Thank you very much, and can we have our group photo? Okay.
Kailangan. The question is,
in that dolphin flight.
the ozone layer is, you say this is the molecule or element is the O3. Then when it is broken or depleted, it becomes O2 or O1.
Okay, become O2.
O2.
Because one post, it's three oxygen that make up the ozone. So when the chlorine get another one, and then it's become two, it's the one that those two, they're become two and one. Yeah, so and
what brings that? As the sea ultraviolet?
break the ozone. No, the chlorine is the one that goes up in the atmosphere and breaks the ozone. Yes.
Another one. Where do ozone come from? Like O3, O2 is the water. I mean, where do the O3 come from? How did that thing be?
Okay, thank you. That one, what I know is those are oxygen, the three oxygen that come together and make one ozone. That's why we say O3 ozone.
We've been looking at ways to prevent the ozone by like destroying refrigerators and ACs that destroy the ozone. Any attempts yet on how to, if there's a way to like combine those broken ones into ozone, like one or two come together? Any attempts on reports or anything?
Okay, for that, yes. We haven't tried that one, like combining those two. What the NOU is doing right now, just doing like the work, we go out and work with those that mainly they're importers, import the refrigerants for the Freon, the refrigerator cars, to let them know that we have like base down schedules for those, go down and on until we can base out all the ozone. That's what we are doing in the Ozone right now, and guiding them on the regulations for those.
That means the Montreal's protocol is only doing what meant to undo to fix it.
Yeah. For us to the countries to like save the ozone and that's what we call the ozone depleting substances that destroy the ozone. That's what we do to protect the ozone, keep control of them.
I want to ask one more on like our level. For us, some of us come from areas where there's no refrigerator. What can we do to help? In protecting the ozone.
Okay, thank you. What we can do to help, because we are not using like the aircon, but we also use on the core. What we do to like minimize the use of the freon. Freon is not only in the aircon, it's also in our cores and also in the buildings that we use for cooking. There's O3 inside. So even if we are not like using those, and we are also like contributing the ozone, is going to be ozone at our houses and using substances that can destroy the climate change or ozone.
So if we do have freons, ACs and refrigerators, we just have to reduce the use of the fans. And is there anything we can do, this group here, as a group, to like help the Montreal Protocol or the RD plan to protect? And if we do come up with a plan, who can we talk to from this government, as a government, to help us if we had to do something to help?
Okay, yeah, for that one, yes, thank you very much. If you plan to do that kind of work on behalf of our people of Ozone, the right place to come is the Department of Environment, Climate Change and Emergency Management.
Thank you. And one more thing. These ideas we are sharing right here, right now, how can we relate these to the other level in the Department of Education? Any communications, anything that?
Okay, thank you very much. That's the one challenge for the ozone movement in the Western. But what we're doing now we're working with the college only. But our goals, we want to work with the secondary schools and also the elementary schools. We want to do awareness that we can go out and meet with the young people or the students and talk about the ozone, how to protect our ozone layer. And what I think that will be the best one is that first we can start out working with the education department in all the state. So we can work with the education, just like what we do with the Sion, and work with the education and their teachers or the staff, and so they can relate the message to the students all around the business.
Thank you. And for your information, the Department of Education, elementary level, the program there is already some words were already in there, which means teachers are teaching those ideas with students. We only need connections with you guys to update and upgrade the idea down there in the elementary level. If you happen to come up with a plan to connect with this level, elementary level, in the Department of Education, there's already outlet there. We can just come and connect. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We will really be happy to work with the elementary, so they can start developing their idea how to take care of the ozone and want to be become like a rap technician one day in their futures. We all can work together to protect our only ozone, only one ozone, not two one. Thank you very much. Okay.
Come.
Now for the elementary level, it's better to teach them how to be aware of air and water pollution. So I am now concluding this program with a group photo. So before that, I would say thanks to you all, providers of this program, before the program, and providers of the refreshment, and the lunch, and thank you for letting us take a leftover of the lunch with us today. And I'm talking on behalf of the participants and those online audience. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, you. Okay, last question.
Thank you. I believe by 2024 we will witness the inflation of demand for the refrigerant technician. And I applaud your effort to work with the COM vocational area. Lucky are those that are attending COM and taking the course, the program. But it's unfortunate for those that are willing, but they cannot. Is there any way that FSM can assist individuals, let's say one that was attending COM and now willing to go back to the program, but they cannot because of financial issues? Is there any way the FSM can work with those individuals to get them back into COM so they can do the certificate program? And second, it's obvious who's willing to work with your office, especially with the participants today from Chu, Yap, and Pohnpei. Any form of assistance that the FSM can give to those participants that are not able to get into COM and yet they're willing to learn about the different work.
Thank you. Okay, for your question, thank you for your question. And for those who already out of COM and have problem with financial aid, it's really up to, not up to, but we're working for the government, and I really can not say that we can help them with their financial problem with COM, but what we can do, like we can encourage them to, or help them look for financial aid where they can find sources to pay for the financial aid, like scholarship or help that can help them get back into the system, the RAC classes at COM. And we really thank all those who are willing to take their time and become part of the RAC group at COM. And the second one,
what's the second one?
If I cannot attend COM, is there any way the FSM can help me?
yes, if you cannot attend COM, for that, the requirement it's Sion. We have to pass the exam, the Sion exam, the test, the comment. That's what Bert always say. You need to pass the comment to get into the program.
Let's say before there used to be a program, training and testing. I don't know if there is still now, but is there any way a system can do something like that for just this field, especially with how important it is?
Okay, since Bert Esteban is still online, he can also answer it. Bert is the master trainer for Epson. He's the one that go all around the states and do the training for all the rap technicians in each of the states. Bert Esteban.
Excuse me. Can I?
Yes.
I want to ask you if you can help us.
Is it something, Jacob?
This group, on behalf of this group or all every group, okay, to find the first step to do for those people who are not attending here and those who wanted but they cannot do it to financial problem. If you can help us, what to do, what first step we should do, and you can just inform us and we can work together to cut to how to together protecting this, doing this rap.
Okay, thank you. Bert, can you hear me?
Hello, Jacob.
Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you very much.
Yes.
Questions from here, down here. If what we can do for those that already drop out of Sion and they want to get back into your program, and those that they did not pass the comment, but they are willing, they really want to join the rock at Sion, at City.
Okay. As far as I know, COM is offering a short-term program. So if there's a demand, if supposing there are people who wants to take the short-term program, it can be, as long as there is a financial support from the government. We can conduct training for all of those who are not admitted at the colleges. But it's a short-term training only. It's about, let's say, about a month or 3 weeks, 2 weeks, something like that. But we will assure you that you can still get the knowledge about repairing and taking care of these equipments. Yeah.
Thank you, Bert.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
The question is still on. If you can help us, represent us, find where to find the source, and let us know.
Oh. Yes. Thank you for your question. I know you. We will try our very best to support you in protecting the ozone layer. We are really happy and glad that you who's present today are willing to do something for the ozone, and thank you very much again. We will really happy to help you, connect with you and do something to protect or save our ozone. Okay, question? No more question? What about Chuk and Usai? Chuk and Usai still on the Zoom? Chuk?
Jacob.
Yes.
Hi, for Kochai, it's not a question, but we just wanted to, in the interest of time, we want to prepare a statement from the participants here in Kochai. Just a list of bullet points, some things that we would request assistance on.
Okay.
So we'll prepare that and send it over.
Yes, please. When you have those, please send. Okay, no more question. Because only the closing. Anna, let's go to the right side and do a group photo. And also, Chuk and Kushai, you can also do a group photo and send through email after this. Okay, we will do a group photo and we do the closing.
What one? Jepit kelal dalam fatra long.
Okay, now we're going to do the closing remark. And anything from Chuk State and Kusa State? Okay, that means no question. And thank you all for the group photo. Your photo is already on Facebook and social media. Now I would like to call upon our Deputy Assistant Secretary for Climate Change from Department of Environment, Climate Change and Emergency Management to do the closing remark on behalf of the Environment Program. And let's all welcome Mrs. Managing Jacob from Tagang. Oh, not climate change. This is the emergency department, emergency division. Sorry.
Thank you, Jacob. On behalf of the Secretary of the Department of Environment, Climate Change and Emergency Management, the National Ozone Unit staff, I would like to thank everyone who has joined us make today's event possible. Participants from Pohnpei, Bushrai, and Chu. I don't know about you, participants here and from the states, other states, but for me, I find it very hard to explain what the ozone layer is in my own native language. I'm very grateful for today's important workshop. I learned what the ozone layer is in my own language. Something like Irabana Wawa. I am very appreciative of today's workshop because it deepens, I believe it deepens our understanding of the ozone layer as it acts as a shield for life on Earth, meaning it is very crucial to life on Earth. I believe we all learned through this workshop that we need to learn, understand, and know what to do in order to help maintain our ozone layer so it doesn't deplete on us. At least, I ask that at least this is what we take away from this workshop if those other terms are very difficult for us to remember. Once again, on behalf of the Department of Decam and the National Ozone Unit staff, I thank you all for your participation today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Luwag. And that's conclude all the presentations and the questions, the answers, and the food. Thank you very much. And we still have something inside there. You can get something for you on your way out. Aray, imo, makan sa kailangan kubrong may koros. Anak, iya aja. Cuma kali. Nama mah. Kawan kawan. Ija mah yo. Itu tu aja sini. Kamu. Let's